Hello, my friends. And I see a resub happened as I was off yesterday, I believe. So thank you so much for that, Skitox. Unless it happened while I was streaming. I'm not sure. I forgot now. But I appreciate it either way, if you end up seeing it. And I just barely missed the queue, unfortunately, so I'll be sitting here for 5 minutes. Got a few chests. And a godlike chest. Let's see. Anything I can use? I mean, it could be worse, but I don't really play armor that much. Not to mention I already have a good armor skin, so unfortunate. I rarely get a skin I actually want out of this godlike chest. Right, I definitely want to try more mages, for sure. But outside of that, I am not sure what I want to do today. Well, I have ideas. It's a pretty better way to put it. I have ideas. But whether those ideas are a good idea is a different conversation. Because a lot of them seem to be mage related. I'll more than likely try more XChel. But outside of that, I'm not sure. I thought about Shanghai a little bit. Could be fun to try out as well. I feel like Assassins is probably one of the big things that I haven't thought about much at all. Yeah, so this was the old rat build that I used. I don't think this will work as well anymore. Hmm. Yeah, if I had to make a new one, it obviously has to be bluestone, as usual. But there's no way I cannot start with the shifters. It is simply too powerful if I had to go rat. But the rest of the build should still work, to be honest. It might just have to be a shifters instead of a glad shield. Probably. Because I definitely wanna still try some more rat. I only really got to do that a few times at the very tail end of the last patch. But there's so much more interesting stuff to try out though. Can actually try out more mages now. Just because of how strong shifters is. I really want to try Raw, but Raw just seems like such a bad idea in solo at the moment. It's not easy. Hey, Neo, what's up, man? It's going pretty decent. It's kind of hot and humid today. Like, it was humid yesterday, it's very humid today. It's very uncomfortable. It is just nasty, no matter what. And I can't really use my fan much while I'm streaming. At least not on myself. So, I'll just have to accept that this is my life for the next few hours. But outside of that, I'm good. I'm excited to try out some new builds and potential gods alongside them. This is a surprisingly, I guess, stacked team, I guess, considering the reset combined with, like, I know everyone but one in my team, so. Guess how I'm playing support. Which one do I not know? I don't know who Paylouts is. I don't recognize the name, at least. I might have seen it once or twice, but not in recent memory. All the others are frequently in my games. It's a good lad. Okay. What are we looking at? I'll ban Athena. What's even good in support at the moment? I guess support meta probably hasn't changed that much. They banned my one good support. That being Zobek. I mean, I guess my Cerberus is fine as well, but he's just not as fun, I suppose. I'll just do Cerberus. The Triad Shifters enter Tier 2 Spirit Rope. Why Tier 2 Spirit Rope? Like, just stop it there? And on to the next item? Yeah, I assume the starters still haven't changed. You still want to go like War Flag or whatever? Can't go any of the three. Yeah, the only one I know is War Flag. Yeah, I haven't tried playing support with anything else. So. Gib. Dude, I swear to God, every time I am playing support, I always meet Gib. Legitimately. It's either Ares or Gep. No, it's never Ares. Never mind. That's not true. It's always Gep. They have a lot of magical. I don't like it. They have a lot of magical and a Morrigan, so... I imagine that will probably be double Medusa slash Medusa and a Chiron. The AD seem to be the best option. It's either that or Mammon, I guess. Could also be Mammon. Oh, it's the Kai, Yana, Q. Once again. So you actually want me to start with shifters as support now? Is that correct? So you want to start with this. Rebound Buckler. Okay. And what, like 3 of each? 3 health, 3 multi? Also, is there a specific active that's best on supports now? Or is it still just the same? 5 HP, 1 multi? Really? I'm pretty bad at my mana management. I'll do this. I'll do 4-2 instead. Alright, it's still just the same, I guess, in actives. Still just whatever you need. Yeah, horrific is usually what I would go for in Cerberus anyway. Because I don't need, but I do want Blink as my second active. But I might have to swap that out depending on what happens.
Thanks.
I still haven't figured out if I like starting with my 1 or my 2 the most at level 1. Because the 1 obviously does way more damage if you can hit the majority of everything, but the 2 is just way more reliable. Yeah, the 2 is just way easier to manage. I'm just such a big fan of the 1, but the 2 makes more sense. It's kind of hard to group up the 2 camps perfectly.
Blood. I'll be your best friend.
Just need level 3. It's gonna make me able to play a bit more aggressive with my jump. That's Brent.
Mamma mia, not again! Your middle tower.
I'll grab some words as well. Made a defensive order like a DLC boss in the Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean it looks pretty. At least in like the early ones, like the first two, we pretty much agree on. I still, honestly, after some time, I do think Mesmer is still not my number one, or just is my number one. Where I think I put Midra before, but I actually, I think, especially after my second playthrough, or at least I've gotten to Mesmer, not Midra yet. I really do enjoy.
We have the nose of a bloodhound. Found it all.
That's unfortunate. He got me mid trying to jump or press my jump.
You think you can just pass away like that? Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn.
Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Bring a bow and a target. Found it all. That
Enemies
is
in
too
left
bad. Be right back.
Oops. Wrong button.
Retreat! Draw not unless your arrows. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
You're learning. Well done.
Alright. Next up, what did you mention before? Damn, you spam so fast, I have to scroll now. Classic Neo, going ham. Being by far my number one chatter. I do like it though. I like having something to read. Thank you so much for the raid, Seagull. I hope you had a nice stream. Honestly, I didn't actually know you were streaming. I had no idea. But thank you so much. I'm not gonna want to leech.
I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
spotted.
Attack! Attack! Attack!
Damn.
Attack middle lane! Attack! Attack!
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dio mio!
Damn. Can't be such a long cooldown.
Cool, meatballs. Better than one.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball. Triple kill!
Enemy missing left.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
You kidding me, dude?
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack! Enemy missing left.
I don't have any cooldowns.
Attack!
An enemy has been slain.
Out of mana.
So it doesn't really look too good, to be honest.
Wow! He must have choked on the meatball. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Attack! Enemy spotted!
Okay.
Okay, so maybe a little soft did hurt some.
Hmm. What was next?
Cancel that. Your left
Breastplate Pridwin. Damn, are we not gonna overcap on CDR?
enemy missing.
I'll tell I. What's up, man? You're back from the hospital. I hope everything is well.
Left lane. Gain.
Okay.
You're getting bit.
An ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Retreat.
That was salty and joke.
Yeah. Could not get out of that. It's just 4 people here. They're just kind of controlling everything.
Enemy missing right spotted.
It's not really much I think I could have done to get out of that.
An enemy has been slain. You think you can just pass away like that?
Yeah, I don't think Valor probably in this case isn't good. Maybe I just go for a Genji's instead. Also, I don't think They have 4 magical, that is true, but it's a Morrigan. You can't count on it being 4 all the time.
Joker on the meatball.
Unfortunately, she's been turning into Chuck quite a bit so far, so there is a bit more
Your middle tower.
physical damage than I would like there to be.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left. Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down. Your structure is under attack.
Mamma mia, not again.
Enemy missing middle.
Ward middle. Attack.
I mean,
Just got served.
Maman is really just killing people and we can't do shit about it. I guess. Yeah, I'll do Predwood first.
Enemies in middle lane.
Damn. Everyone is dying.
Enemies in middle lane. Your left tower is under Enemies in the left jungle. Enemies incoming left. Tower has been on my way.
But I'm level 9. This constant fighting is not good for my little levels here.
Wow, attack. He must have. Joker on the meatball. Shut down.
Attack the gold fury.
Should we?
Your middle tower
Enemy
is under
spotted.
attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right
Enemy
tower
spotted.
is
Be
under
careful.
attack. Attack!
Set up an
attack,
ambush
attack,
here.
Attack! I'm affected! Enemy ultimate down! Ultimate is down. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, so maybe a little.
Dude, the amount of fighting in this fucking game, they are always grouped as 4.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Yeah, it was also unfortunate there. My 2 just got interrupted instantly. Like, I didn't even get a single tick off. It was interrupted so fast.
Tower is under attack.
Mwah! Compliments to chef.
I'm a good one.
At least we're getting some kills.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Peace, friend.
Attack fire giant.
Will this make me look like
Honestly, like, all things considered, I don't think we're doing that bad. I think I'm gonna give us a sprint instead. Actually, no. I'm getting Shell. Just for Circat. And yes, we do have Circat in our team, but if he's gonna turn to Circat on Morrigan, Shell on top of... I mean, honestly, just Morrigan as a whole. I feel like Shell is nice. Yeah, Erosion could be good here too.
An enemy has been slain.
Our team is just pinging each other. They all hate each other. It's great.
Attack fire giant.
Every time. This is like the third time that Maman survives because I just don't have mana.
Attack fire giant. On my way.
I don't have mana to... I don't want to fight. I'm just gonna get Erosion here. Honestly, an Ansel might be nice here too. The silence for when I get hit by a Morgan or something in stealth, legitimately actually pretty sick. Ansel is one of those items that's just really good against the mages that need their setup first.
Passed away like that?
Thank you.
Secret sauce.
Your left tower is under attack.
Well done, team. We did it.
Will this make me look like a handsome bumper?
I am probably falling slightly behind in all the words I'm trying to buy, but... Oh, damn.
Maybe a little salt.
Right there is why I think Ansel might be nice. I'll take that first one to the face if I can silence her in the process. I don't know how good Ansel is at the moment. It has pretty decent stats. Like, it's not amazing, but I think it, especially against...
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Enemy ultimate down! Get him, Chewie!
I'll take a get bold, honestly. If we can just kill people here. Like, please, kill her. Please. Oh my god. Oh no.
Wow. He must have broken on the meatball.
We didn't get the Morrigan, which sucks, but at least she aegis.
I'll be your best friend.
Foveros!
Ow! I love that bandana.
Good job, team. We did it. Again. Now I just need enough gold for my starter item. Feels so unrewarding without the CDR I used to have. Yeah, I get you. I also kind of still wish it had CDR, but at the same time, there's so many items with CDR these days.
Stepping away, stepping away, stepping away, stepping away, stepping away. Your team. Retreat!
Dude, they're pinging. Shut the fuck up, guys.
Those of a bloodhound.
Enemies in the right jungle. Enemies have returned to base. Enemies at our Titan. Quiet. You're unnatural. Quiet.
An ally has been slain.
That is Morgan.
Found it all. Found it all. Found it all. You rock.
Think you're gonna just pass away like that?
Oh my god, we aren't getting shit.
You're not again. Your middle tower is under attack.
My condolences.
That
Destroyed.
was not good.
My condolences.
I definitely feel like I can't peel in time.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Group up.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Get into it.
Your structure is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
You're learning.
I'm a
Well
good
done.
watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Defend the fire giant. No. Enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Follow me. Oh, middle lane. Oh, middle lane. Heavy, heavy.
You must have choken on the meatball.
Had a bit too much.
Oh, trees.
Attack fire giant.
Thanks.
There we go.
Set up an attack fire giant.
I will take all the bones, please. On my way.
Attack fire giant.
Honest, what does erosion even do again? Okay. I thought that's what it did. I just haven't looked at the item for a long time.
Enemy spotted.
We never foretold this.
Oops.
I see meatball.
It's a fucking massacre, man.
Let's celebrate.
An enemy has left the game.
That is too bad.
Dude, right there, Ansile. I got instantly silenced. I got instantly silenced. That's why I think it would be really good against Morgan. If she wants you, of course you're gonna take the one to the face, but she will instantly get silenced. I think that's good. Also, I don't know why this Circuit is really going on. Yeah. I don't know about going on any carry really when there's a gap right next to them as Circuit. That's just kind of silly. Also, what are we thinking for last item? Because I do not know. I guess Ansile. I mean, I've been talking about it the whole fucking game. Fucking sprint, man, and CC and everything.
Don't come back again.
Everyone is so low. I'm getting it. Yeah, I can finish Sparrow first, that's true.
An enemy has been slain.
I just want to make this clear as well. We're currently losing with them having a DC. I think that's kind of worth noting as well. I'm still running around with a bomb as well that I would like to use, but
Wow. He must have joker on the meat. Attack! Baby, baby! Attack! Fire giant!
oops. God damn it. I'm taking so much unnecessary damage for this shit. I was too focused on looking at whoever Chuck was looking for. Also, we don't deserve this so far. If Medusa was here, we probably would have lost by now.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
Okay, so maybe a little been slain. Compliments to chef. Fresh meat has been tenderized.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's calling shit? We could have just done the Phoenix. I don't understand why we had to go for the end. Whoever's calling don't understand the amount of damage we're lacking with this.
Mamma mia, not
Okay.
again.
I'm going home.
Will this make me look like a handsome bumper?
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted!
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
I had a bit too much.
If I have shell up, maybe I can stop someone from just getting one shot. Because getting one shot is kind of rough.
I'm a good watchdog.
And I mean, like the best player almost can't. Oh, come on, dude.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, again, this just kind of sucks. I feel bad for enemies. They were in control of this game until Medusa DC'd pretty much.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball. You have been slain.
It is what it is, but I definitely don't think we should have won this game. I think we could have, but my team was so tilty at each other. Ansal is definitely a situational item, but it's also really good against some things. Especially, I mean, as Chuck even pointed out, it's pretty good against Maman as well. Because when Maman tries to get her shit off, and she just instantly gets silenced. Against the mage assassin type character, excuse me, goddamn, it came out of nowhere. Especially against the mage assassins, I think it works out pretty well. Like which mage assassin wouldn't really be able to would it be bad against? I guess Hebo. I don't think it's that good against Hebo. Hebo will generally initiate on you with his knock-up anyway. Which, I mean, it could be good against Hebo, but I think it's more a 50-50 situation. Because Hebo might just, like, ult-blink you, or blink-ult you, rather. Jackson's good in general, yeah. Now, they definitely had a comp that Chuck is really good into. But yeah, I mean, he also got buffed, so he might be really good now. I hope not, because he's one of the most boring things to play in my opinion, and also to lane against. I hope he isn't good, but he's probably good. He's probably pretty good. He's probably pretty good. I don't want him to be though. Oh, I need to queue again. What did you even build, actually? Because you were definitely pretty tanky, but Morrigan still did a lot of damage to you. Okay. Yeah, somewhat standard, I suppose. I would assume that normally here, instead of a Genji, you would have a breastplate. Dawnbringer is definitely interesting, but I can see the use on Jock for sure. Yeah, I do think Shifter's Shield leaves a lot of build open now. By getting so much protection on both sides from a single item, leaves you really open to just build an item you normally wouldn't have space for. Yeah, you got Redstone and Dawnbringer to proc when you blink in. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely good. I also, for me, it's hard to say, because I definitely don't think the Yorm really popped off as it normally would have. Yorm is just kind of, I mean, I think the build was a reason for it too, but Yorm just dies late game, especially with a build like this. He was pretty easy for them to focus down. Yeah, just lost the freest match because you had a troll. Yeah. I mean, I just won one of the hardest matches, I think, for me. But we won because they had a DC, so I think my enemy team can relate to how you feel. Yeah, I think we're in a pretty fun stage of a new patch where there's so many item changes and just new items in general that it's pretty fun just to sit down and try and figure out what works. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do in this game as well. Hopefully. Hopefully. Also, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I don't know how long my streams are gonna be once it gets really hot.
Pick your guide.
Probably a bit of mage solo for sure. I will keep banning Arthur. I still don't know if he's that good, but I'll ban him for now. I don't really know what else to ban anyway. Because there's too many fucking junglers to ban. Like, I want to ban Maman, Hebo, Akwang, everything. Actually, I should ban Afro. Afro is something I want to ban. I do not want to meet an Afro with a Shifter's Shield. It's going to be even more unkillable than usual. Hera. I haven't seen a Hera in I don't even know how long. It's been a fucking while. Freya. Aokwang Freya.
Your guide.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play a frontline this game, because I might as well not play a frontline this game. Because against those two gods, you aren't a frontline. You're just dead. You're now a certified dead. I mean... yeah. Ishel. Dude, they have magical. Magical damage. That's what they have. Watch every single one of them go Shifter's Shield. I might need magical protection this game. I think I will go for magical protection. I think I have to go for magical protection. At least just a little bit. How does Tsukuyomi do into Alquang in general? I guess it's a decent matchup for Tsukuyomi. But I imagine it can be pretty scary as well if you fall behind. Because you don't really have any good means of really getting away. Do you want a magical defense? You don't think so? I mean, I'll probably build the build that I already have and just swap it out a bit. Because there is magical protection in the build that I usually go for either way. Since I am playing this as more of a supporty thing. As a solo laner. I like the build Seagull went with so far.
This fighting has gone on long enough.
Second one shot. Yeah.
Destroy the
Yeah.
and create something incredible.
You can probably one-shot me anyway, though, to be fair. Let's be real here. What are you playing? You're playing Yanas? Yeah, you're gonna one-shot me late game anyway. It's fine. Don't worry. You're still gonna one-shot me. Also, I think this is gonna be a really hard game. I feel like they have a very stacked team, if I have to be honest with you guys. But maybe I don't know. Because I don't know who my top elo is.
Okay.
Silence fools.
Mulan might be tough. Even though I'm probably against Fafnir, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. I would imagine I'm against Fafnir. And if I am, I should probably win clear. But that is a scary level 5.
No.
Curses.
Silence.
Sorry.
Thanks.
I need to make Ra work. I just miss playing Ra solo. It's so much fun.
He is worthy of the hunt.
What shall I create next?
But it's still tough. He just doesn't really work very well in solo.
Take a moment.
It's too easy to run down. With a few levels, it's alright. But
Enemy missing. Enemy spotted.
No.
Out of the fire and into the
Okay.
frying pan.
What shall I create next?
An enemy has been slain.
Take a moment to reflect.
yo ho ho.
It's a trap.
What shall I create next?
Wow! You must be joking on the
For you, a tapestry of pain. Take a moment to reflect. The moon shall guide you. What shall I create next?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. destruction. Destruction comes. Take a moment to reflect.
Damn, I suck. Where the fuck did you go? I got outplayed.
Out of mana.
Unfavorable.
I am sad
What shall I create?
that we didn't get a single one of those.
Shingetsu. My missiles have a message for you.
It came so slow and he panicked.
Victory when
He
I
could have just run out of the way. He ran back into it. That's kind of funny. Bengas, thank you so much for the Prime, man. I really appreciate it. It's very nice of you.
Mamma mia, not again!
Out of mana.
Damn, the fact that we lost, like, I didn't know Fafnir's ult had like a splash when you ult. I actually had no idea. Is that new?
Your middle tower is under attack.
No. The moon shall guide you. For you, a tapestry of pain. Enemy ultimate down.
Be careful, middle.
Okay. Your end is here. An omen to your end. No. I've nearly gone grey.
Nah. Well, next up is shifters.
Be careful, right? Beautiful destruction.
Please don't die to the Fafnir. I'm begging you.
Okay,
Oh my god.
maybe a little something or some.
An omen to your take a moment. The moon shall guide you.
Hit him with that secret sauce!
What shall I create next? Beautiful. Take a moment to reflect. The moonlight shines. Your contribution is appreciated. Destruction comes.
Yeah, I don't fucking believe it, dude.
Please.
Can we have some kind of rotation or something? We gotta fight back here. All right.
My apologies.
Alquang has been here like 4 times. Tsukuyomi has been here a bit, but Tsukuyomi goes there when I'm not there. He needs to stop doing that. We can fight when we're both there. But he just died to the Fafnir for no reason before. And I keep losing my blue buff, because everyone is here. This sucks. We got a group, man.
Ultimate is ready.
Did someone just get a triple kill? Looks like it. My brain seems to have recognized a triple kill was mentioned in the announcer.
What shall I create next? Take a moment to reflect. An omen to your head. What shall I create next? Will aid us. The moonlight shines.
Enemy spotted. Careful, right? Enemy spotted. Yes.
I'll gank. Gank.
About you, German bomb.
Your end is here. Take a moment. You won't get away with this. Beautiful. What shall I create next? I hope.
You have been slain.
Hmm.
Yet satisfied.
That sucks. If I had mana, that would have gone so much better. But I only had so much mana to work with.
Get you behind me.
An omen to your end.
I imagine I lost my blue again. I would be very surprised if I didn't. Considering where I died. Yeah, there it is.
Beautiful.
At least I'm still ahead of Fafnir, but still. It sucks not having blue buff. Don't die to the Fafnir again, please.
Enemies in right lane. On me way.
I could have tried to ult for him, but
The moment shall come. An omen to your end.
I suck.
Tree of pain.
Compliments to the chef.
Once again, if I had mana, that would have been great.
Beautiful destruction.
Mamma mia, not again.
Help! Middle lane. Yes.
I love the colors. It's an omen to your end.
Yeah, he didn't have to Fafnir at least, sure. Yeah,
Been slain.
true.
This is your special.
Alkwang is so fed.
The moonlight shines.
Also, I can't believe that Hera is whining that she's dying a lot. You picked Hera, what the fuck did you expect? Hera isn't that good. She just dies, that's the problem with Hera. That's kind of her whole reason why she's not good.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
The moon shall guide you. Be a dear and watch here for me.
This Alkwang is level 15 now. I got it back with my second active.
What shall I create next? Your end here. What?
He's level 16. But I mean, this is kind of to be expected. We're essentially dealing with... Like, Hero X is arguably... Like, he's up there as like probably top 5 best solo or junglers in EU. If you meet someone like that in your solo queue and ranked, it's probably not gonna go very well. He tends to do pretty well. It do be like that.
An enemy has been slain.
At least it's going somewhat well everywhere else too. Like, on their team, it's mostly just him. Everywhere else, someone is just dying, so we're doing good so far.
Beautiful
All things considered. It's just him. He is gigantic. But the second he gets a shutdown, everyone else gets a chance to catch back up. How bad is the backpedal debuff? I don't think it's that bad, but I just think it's probably not worth it.
The moonlight shines.
I'm not sure. I haven't really tried it much. Every time I ult, it's always been, you know, to be aggressive.
Take a moment to reflect on
Well, not necessarily to be aggressive. More like
that one was not.
still hit people while I'm running away type thing.
Grey stone cannot stop my prismatic destruction.
An enemy has been slain. Okay, so
What shall I create next? Dest- Right. No. An omen to your head.
Can't hit shit. I'm just gonna...
Your
Damn it, so big.
contribution is appreciated.
Unfortunately, I didn't land the block there. And that is my everything, so I'm expecting a visit from a certain dragon man to my lane for that exact reason. That was a pretty good fight for us to take too. I don't know how that went bad, or at least how we didn't get any kills from that. I baited out everything. I can't even TP.
Be right back.
I can't TP again.
Take a moment to reflect.
you must have choken on the meatball.
Enemies behind you.
What shall I create next?
You're not again.
I'll attack right lane.
The fresh meat has been
I can't do anything
Greetings.
after just TPing.
Take a moment to reflect. The moon shall guide you.
compliments to the chef. Triple kill.
Your left tower is under attack.
The moonlight shines.
There we go. Hera might be back in the game. Just like that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't get this tower, but I'm gonna keep poking it. So we can get it faster with the pillar. Go away. I don't want to fight. I really don't. There's too many people here.
Beautiful destruction. The moon shall guide you. Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Time for a power. Careful, right. The moonlight shines.
Actual arena.
The moonlight shines.
An enemy has been slain.
An omen to your end. What shall I create next?
Stay composed.
Ready. Aim. Fire.
Excel is definitely awkward to try and hit stuff with if she is. Shall we say, if people are jerking. People are jerking, just kind of rough to hit people with. Sorry, my brain is slow right now. I was so focused on making sure Alquang wasn't just gonna go up and smack all of us.
I know artistry when I see it.
Defend the fire giant.
Oopsie.
Cancel that.
Yes, very good.
My blue buff.
Be a dear and watch here for me. Be right
Enemy
back.
spotted. Be careful.
Enemy spotted. Okay.
Beautiful destruction.
Enemies in right lane. Yes.
Be careful.
Oops.
Take a moment to reflect. What shall I create next? Cancel that. An omen to your end.
Basket skirmish swabs.
Enemy spotted.
Gank middle lane.
Man, I fat finger again.
Your middle tower. An enemy has been slain.
Amazing. Take a moment to reflect.
Attack. Enemy ultimate down.
You serve me well. What shall I create next? Attack fire giant.
Middle tower is under attack.
This is a very serious game, guys.
The moonlight
Everyone's taking this
shines.
super serious.
Tower is under attack. Alpha pit.
I'll just go make sure we're not losing a tower here for no reason.
Take a moment to reflect.
Dude, I can't hit my shit.
Beautiful destruction. For you, a tapestry of pain. What shall I create?
I'm just gonna kill him. Screw this.
Okay.
On my way.
Yes. We're gaming.
Retreat.
Take a moment to reflect.
I don't want even want back yet.
An omen to your end. Attack middle tower.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dreary and in this.
Ouch.
The moon shall guide you. Your end is here. An omen to your end.
Fafnir is around.
For you, a tapestry of pain.
Buon appetito!
Very weird game. Very strange game. Never useful Fafnir. Yeah, I'm not sure. People just somewhat kind of didn't take the game very serious after a while. So, I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, Neo. Surprisingly, we've been pretty lucky with no hackers for a few streams now. Like, not a single one, at least from what I know. Weird game. I don't really have any thoughts about this game. But yeah, I pretty much essentially have made somewhat of a new rule, especially after last time. It really happened with a lot of hackers in the same day. If we start getting hacker queues, we'll just go casuals. And I know a lot of people don't really feel like watching that. And I get it. People want to see me playing ranked, but playing with hackers and or trollers in like just hoping the next game will be really good isn't gonna do anything. And it's not really very like super fun anyway, at least if we do casuals. I can try out different things. I can experiment with things. You can essentially see what I do off stream normally, which is just weird builds and like a new god that I haven't played for a while, or I don't know, whatever the case may be. I'll be a lot more experimentive when I play casuals, because I don't feel that pressure of needing to actually try and play something that is equally as good as something that I can also. I need to play something that can win. In casuals, I don't have that mindset. Hey, yeah, Winara, you can end my games in casuals. That's fine. Yeah, you'll probably. I mean, we would get some weird games if you joined, because you haven't done that many games. We're gonna get a weird mix of incredibly high level players and new and beginners. It's gotta be the worst. We're gonna have a really fucked up queue. Yeah, those the one stream where I'm not streaming the next day. Yeah. No, the reason why I didn't stream the next day wasn't because of that, but yeah, it is the same stream we're talking about. But yeah, that was the stream, Bengus. Like the whole conversation about that didn't really bother me that much, because for me it was somewhat interesting, because I was curious about the mindset of the people actually just hacking. So yeah, for me it was somewhat insightful, but instead I'll just have to put up some new rules of what I'm gonna do if it happens again. So that's about it. More solo Kukulkan would be an experience. It was actually kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie, but I think against most warriors it will not go very well. I mean, now that we see more mages, it could work. But nah. I think there are much better mages for solo than Kukulkan. It could work. It definitely could. Like, we're actually in a meta now where it could work. Problem is, Kukulkan is just kind of weird. Like, even if he's in mid, problem with Kukulkan is how unreliable his damage is. The best thing you can do in terms of skill is consistently hitting your 1, but that's kind of it. The tornadoes are incredibly unreliable. The ult is pretty much just like an objective secure, because you're not hitting that outside of CC. Like, you need coordination to make Kukulkan really work, or you gotta be half lucky to really make it work. So yeah, it's weird. Also, we have a very strange team here. Why are my teams so much more stacked in these lower reload games? I guess it's because all the high people aren't up there yet. I guess that makes sense. And in a game where I can join, we agree that you can play unconventional stuff? Yeah. I mean, I'll probably do that anyway, though.
Pick your god.
I think I play somewhat unconventional pretty much every game that I play. I like trying weird shit. Dude, 1 hour, how can you even say that when I played Frost DK and WoW? Everyone hates Frost DK. It's the only thing I feel like playing. Yeah, right now you're basically the Hylios. Yeah, I guess so. Did everyone get reset to the same if you were above a certain threshold? I would imagine someone who is fully capped would go to maybe like I don't know, 2700 or something, and not all the way down to 24. Or did everyone just get smacked down to the 24? Yeah, Nico went to like 2800. Okay. Damn, why did you go to 2200? Were we that like different in MMR?
Select your god.
Mulan again. What are we looking at? I'll do Hercules. I'll grab some Hercules. I'll just be a tank monster in this game, I think. Okay, so about like a 200-ish. What was I before? Because I was in the 27 or maybe even the 2800s, and I was moved down to 24. No, yeah, you can definitely do the play mid walls, Wanari. You can. It does work. It works very well with Ymir as well. You can double bounce. Because if the boulder hits a wall, it will bounce. And then it will do 50% less damage on each bounce. Maybe it's less, I don't remember, but something like that. So you can end up doing quite a lot of damage with a single boulder. If they're stuck inside of something. It will bounce up to 3 times, I believe. So I can do triple damage. Just 50% less each time. I don't know who the Uller is. The Erlang was in my last game. Changa was in the last game. He was my mid laner. I don't remember the Ganesh, and I obviously remember Lycane. Interesting.
Give me strength to defeat these bosses and complete these quests.
What am I looking at? I wanted to try a new build on Herc, so I might just do that.
Now, I need a worthy opponent.
No. No. I'm getting my 5 health pots. I don't need anything else. Yeah, Neo, when Ari fell for the oldest trick in the book, like everyone else did. When Ari went right, he found a dragon, and then he fell for the chest trap. It's great. It's the perfect start, to be honest. I did the same shit. Yay, exploring time, I'm free! Oh, where the fuck am I? Oh shit, well I'm fucking stuck and I'm dead. And it's the worst. Yeah, Elden Ring is great. I do think that games should wait opening up completely until at least gives you your mount, right? I feel like that should be the thing. Oh. Oh no, it's gonna be 1 tick away now? This sucks. I hate it. Kind of weird interaction there. Almost felt like I didn't push her there, but... I gave up trying to get the kill, so I gave up the totem. Unfortunate.
Let's try.
Jesus Christ, creeps. Fuck off.
Your middle tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Enemy in the middle. Right.
Completely out of mana. That's unfortunate. If I had mana, he would have just been dead.
Dragon scale. It's
At least I got him though.
Vanquish you! Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Wow, he must have choken on the meatball.
Oh yeah!
Not enough damage.
That's super. Enemy ultimate now. Kinetic.
JoJo skins for Hercules could be pretty fun, but I highly doubt it.
Hell is ready. On my way. On my way.
Better than one.
That sucks. I missed my one. Like a stupid idiot.
Vanquish you! Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Just wanted a bit more. I'll grab his potion here, and I actually want to try spikes here. I haven't done this before. I want to try spikes on Hercules.
Enemy missing.
On my way. On my way.
Someone is low over there. Get him.
Be a little soft. You think you
This
gonna just
jungle needs to be
pass away
watched.
like that?
I never look at the time. I should have just done the thing.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing left.
It was all taken.
Not so fast.
On my way.
Double kill. I will vanquish you. Do your best.
Damn.
Enemy spotted. Vanquish you. Vanquish you. You are.
I'm sad. My long ass cooldowns. We also don't have a whole lot of like burst with a Search Our Jungle and a Baron. We don't have as easily, I guess, as easy of a damage output.
Do your best.
I definitely feel the lack of auto power that you usually would have on Hercules here. Damn. You did a lot of damage to it real quick. I need damage.
Enemies incoming right. Do your best. You are. Enemy has been slain. Compliments to the chef.
Of the spirits.
Not really much for us to attack.
Not again.
I pulled too much aggro. I shall return.
Aw.
Once again.
Worked out in the end, but that was so awkward. I thought he was gonna stun. He didn't. The stun didn't go off, so my 2 was wasted. But it was good overall. We got it. Well, her blue should be up, so I'll take a look. It's not.
Compliments to the chef.
I have so many assists, but I also feel like I'm doing no damage.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
He must have choked on the meatball.
Enemies incoming middle. Enemy missing left.
You think you
You off to.
hostile? Two meatballs is better than one.
She backed and TP'd. I can't do anything about that. I'll just push.
This is the moment of reckoning. Do your best.
Get set.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh. Everyone is here. Okay. That was bad by me. I missed a really, really stupid one there. Should not have missed it. Also time for me to upgrade my TP. This is just an actual arena match again. But it's also pretty much the same players. Or at least a lot of them. I'm gonna get breastplate, or regrowth, I mean. I feel like I need that extra movement speed to catch up, because everyone is fast. Everyone is so fast, and Herc is so slow. Because your damaging ability is also your movement ability. It's the worst.
Nice try.
Go on the Erlang, bro. Why we're not going on the Erlang inside the tower? Good rotation, but I should have just... If he landed on Erlang, Erlang would be dead. Because he can't tank the tower. Mulan is so tanky, we just can't kill her. I don't have any damage. Like, my one is gonna do like 100 damage to her. It's tragic. Yeah, Mulan is real tanky as well. Every item pretty much being a protection item. Nice pose, bro. Cool. Yeah, I do no damage.
Your structure is under attack.
Always be prepared.
Where are you off to? Enemy spotted!
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy
Two
spotted!
meatballs is better than one. Arriba!
I will vanquish you!
Mwah! Compliment.
Well, we overchased a bit, but it's fine. At least we did get the Phoenix.
Suck it up.
On my way!
I'm TPing.
This jungle needs to be watched.
I suck. I deserve to die for that. That was horrible. Damn, their anti-healing is pretty crazy though. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Is Bluestone better on Herc? It's nice for the lane pressure. You get like a lot of things are better than Bluestone on front lines going into late game, but having Bluestone on Hercules in lane gives you so much pressure. On top of it, giving him some good MP5 because Hercules is super mana hungry, even though you have blue buff. Bluestone is just really nice for some lane pressure. Like you know, for the most part, you'll be useful going into late game as Hercules, with or without Bluestone. So, or like with or without a starter that, like let's say Sigil. Like Sigil is obviously better as a frontline going into late game, just because of how tanky it makes you. Well, damn. Sorcerer certainly does damage. Uh-oh. Damn. The stun? Stun was good. I imagine she's probably dead anyway, though. Maybe not. Guess I'll just shut up. I am taking so much damage from people. I'm probably not really tanky enough. Yeah, I don't have... Actually, no, that's not true. I definitely am tanky. I guess we've just hit late game. That's pretty much it. I need to finish my starter right now, though. More than anything.
Always be prepared.
I can slay a dragon with this!
God damn it, dude. There's always someone. The carriers are getting a bit too much free reign here. Yeah. That might be game. Actually. I just took so much damage from everything in this one. I was trying to peel, which I probably shouldn't have. I need to be in one of the carries. Absolutely. They do have creeps. Oh. Damn. That's actually game. Wow, that sucks. Changa with the big blink-ins seemed to fuck up our carries pretty heavily when she did. Damn, man. One single team fight and we just fucking die. Yeah, I might have to start banning Changa. She definitely dominates going into late game. She just one-shots people. She does so much damage. And she's not that easy to lock down because of her too. It's so hot, guys. Every single time, like, I mean, when I'm in a game, I'm so focused, I don't really think about it that much. But once we stop and I get to, like, breathe, goddamn, I feel it. It's so humid. It's not actually that hot. It's humid as shit. I'm legitimately just sweaty. Because how fucking humid it is. Where are you? I'm just in Denmark. It's not that humid here. Yeah, for us it rained all morning, and then the sun came out big time. I don't actually know how hot it is right now. Oh, you're also in Denmark? Really? Okay. I'm in Copenhagen.
Pick your god.
Let me see. Yeah, it's only 19 degrees here. It's really not that hot. It is just... What's the humidity at? 81% humidity. Like, it's disgusting. Ugh. I'm banning Changa. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I mean, we're still... No. The Danes' mortal enemy is the Swedes. Everyone knows this. Mortal enemies. We hate each other as much as we love each other, I guess. Yeah, it's probably just all of Shillan. Shillan's fucked. Yeah, 37 is also horrible. That is not very nice. Who banned Herc? Is King Arthur good against Mulan? I have no idea. I don't know.
Select your god.
What are we picking then? I mean, I could just pick the other Herc, which is Tyr. But I really don't want to play Tyr. I'll do Arthur. I haven't played this god in a long time, so this might be a horrible mistake. But let's see. The big question is, do I rush Phoenix Shield, or whatever the new thing is called? Or do I go for something else first? Do I still go Shifters? Does anyone actually know in chat? Is Neo still around? Or Seagull, for that matter? Yeah, you go shifters, I'm going by vibes. Yeah. I feel those vibes as well. I know you, I mean, you do both for sure. I just don't know if I should start with Phoenix, specifically on Arthur, because that item is the one that heals like 2% on each ability. It was like chef's kiss, Arthur item when it was a thing. Now that I came back, Arthur is still around, so he could be that guy. Also, what the fuck? Chuck? I thought it was against Mulan. Now this kind of sucks. Try and see what happens. Yeah, I'll probably do... I think I'll still do the same thing. I'll do shifters into that. Because shifters rank 1 item is so fucking good. Like 100 HP and 10 HP 5 is so insanely good at level 1. Very good. Very, very good. Also makes your tanky as shit. So. It could be Mulan solo Chuck support. It could. It absolutely could. But based on... based on, I guess, experience, I imagine Mulan is gonna be the support. Because she is a pretty good support. She sets up shit very, very well. Because of her long-range bullshit. You might be right. This could easily be a hero X on Jungle Chuck, and then a Fenrir Bib in solo. Just based on the players. I do not know who the hell the Janus is, though. Actually, I'm stupid, because they have the same rank 1 item. I could still do the Shield of the Phoenix. I don't know. First, what am I against again? Like, yeah, I could do Phoenix Shield. But it's not that tanky, actually. Yeah, no, I think I'll do shifters first. Whatever. I'll look at how it goes. If I'm winning the lane, I might do Phoenix first. But if I'm just stalemating or falling behind, I think I will stick to shifters, as I know at least that will work. It's a bit more of a safe item. Not to mention it is a lot more tanky. And it gives a bit more damage too. Shifters probably just is the best one to start with when I think about it. Yeah, her pull is really good. Like, that's also why Mulan is still a top solo slash, I mean, possibly even support. I think in support it's a bit more risky, because you literally have zero escapability in the, like, early stages of the game. And in duo lane, that can very, very easily be taken advantage of. Mulan has to play very, very... Like, you have to pick a very aggressive lane to make it work. Because she's essentially a Sylvanas with a better, like, pull, I guess. But she doesn't have the heal. So, she needs to be careful. She can be initiated on pretty easily. Well, I screwed up. At least I have AoE autos. I'm just gonna do the safe start. Which hopefully also should give me the level 2, so... It is indeed Fenrir.
I'm on it.
Attack!
Creeps! Every time. This happens literally every game. Me and Bib kills each other. Happened legitimately yesterday as well. Like, I'm not even kidding. Also, my creeps heavily won this, so I need to push his creeps in real fast. Actually, no, I'll just let my minions kill them. At least some of them. It sucks though, because I probably need blue buff more than he does. Still. It is what it is.
Careful, right?
An enemy has been slain.
I have pots, I can stick around. Because I have to. I'm gonna lose way too much if I don't. Yay for HP 5. Damn, dude. Loki didn't get him. That sucks.
Be careful.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Think you gonna just pass away like that?
Light yet strong.
If I had mana, I would have been so down to help them, but I would have just died with them. Or instead of them. It doesn't even look like we got the blue either, so unfortunate. I don't know if the Loki fumbled that. Yeah, his stealth ran out right before he actually got to Fenrir. So I think he only got 1 auto off and his 2, and he didn't get his 3 off. And at level 4 he can't exactly just follow Fenrir. So many fucking creeps.
Mamma mia, not again!
Enemy missing left!
Warriors dead.
Loki! No, Loki! I'm just looking for someone else, but god damn it, dude. I knew that was gonna happen too. It's completely on me.
Enemies incoming!
Fucking knew that was gonna happen. Unfortunate. I might actually go Stoner Gaia in this game. This might be a Stoner Gaia game. Janus, Chark, and Fenrir both have like small knockups and slash grabs in case of Fenrir.
Okay.
Two meatballs is better than one. Mwah! Compliment to share. Your middle tower is under attack.
Lead it!
If you fight like a coward, you will die like a coward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I went for it. I didn't have anything. I knew a Chuck was gonna finish me off. I had nothing to get away. Yeah, I guess I'll try. Let's see how it works. It also gives me a lot of HP 5. I think my main problem though is not having more MP 5. I would like to be way more ability spammy.
Enemy missing, right?
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Welcome back, Bengus.
Retreat! Retreat!
What? Camera? What the fuck was that? Oh no. Okay. I'm thinking that might be... Yeah, there fucking is. There's a hair in my mouse. I don't think I got it out. I think I pushed it in further. This isn't good. At least I removed it from the soft spot, I guess. But, uh-oh. He's got a level lead now. Damn you, jungler. Well. We both wasted our ults. We're great. Yeah, he does so much damage. Right now is kind of his prime time base damage on his stuff. And I think if I miss my ult, that's when I'm kind of losing the trade. At least if it's a fully charged ult, because that does a pretty nice amount of damage. He always laughs, and I don't know why, it always gets to me when he laughs. For most people, it's just kind of annoying. Every time! I suck.
Help left lane!
You think you can just pass away like that?
Your left tower is under attack.
Bib laughing just makes me laugh. Every time. He's a funny guy.
You're welcome.
If you fight like a coward, you will die like a coward.
Yeah, this item definitely does a lot for Arthur. I'm healing a lot.
An enemy has been slain.
Good ult. I need to stop getting ulted into tower. It's literally the only reason why I'm losing this. I'm just gonna get beats. I'm getting the goddamn beats. Also don't know if I should go for an Archdruid already. Actually, no. I'm gonna get Pridwen. I need the cooldown, I think. Yeah, it was a really good ult. It was surprising he expected it, to be honest. Because if I had landed that ult, he would be dead. So I don't regret pressing that button. It was just well played by him. The thing is, I'm not even sure he did it as a response to my ult. He might have just done it because I got too close to the tower. I'm not even sure. Yeah, like 900 from the tower. Which sucks now, because I'm getting behind as a result. Yeah, I mean, I don't think... Once he finishes that item, I can't really kill him anymore. So... It's kind of unfortunate. Reaching a sad stage.
An ally has been slain. We move. Wow. He must have choked on the meat. You're not again.
To be slain.
And Fenrir just got 2 kills again. Yikes. I could have beat the Janus portal, I just don't think it would have mattered. I'm not sure. Maybe I could have finished off Mulan, but Jesus Christ. Janus chunks, yeah, I don't have any protection against him. Actually, it's not that bad. Actually, not that bad. I only have shifters against him, so... the tower chucks. The tower hurts. I pretty much got sold by the tower in that one.
I will be prepared for anything. Thanks.
Now that he has got 2 levels on me, I might need to chill a bit. I thought that was a decent rotation though, all things considered. And at least I did get something. I got 1 kill.
I will keep watch.
1 kill. But yeah, he's gonna heal too much with his stuff. Realistically, I probably should have gotten some anti-healing too. He's gonna heal so much with his lifesteal too.
Enemy missing, right?
Assuming it still has it. I assume it does. I know it has all sorts of other shit on it now. I don't really have the mana anymore to stick around. Not if I want to box him, at least. Please spawn in time.
Enemies in the left jungle.
Your left tower is under
If he TP'd, I'm just gonna pop over here. And just push waves in.
Light yet strong. And stylish, if I may add.
Your left tower has been destroyed. You think that you can just pass out? Enemy has been slain.
I suck. If I hit my ult, I don't think that I might actually been able to save him. No, Athena! I don't know why Athena came from the jungle instead of just running up before, or whatever. That sucks.
If you fight like a coward, you will die like a coward.
I have no reason to back yet. Not just yet. I can finish my stuff, but I'm gonna grab this first. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually having quite a lot of fun with Arthur at the moment. I think Arthur probably dominates with the first two items, shifters into Phoenix. Because you get so much sustain out of Phoenix to the point where you might actually even want to start with it. I'm not even gonna lie about that. Might be worth starting with it.
Enemy missing, right? Be careful.
An ally has been slain.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Lead it.
Double kill.
On my way.
Mamma mia.
Well, this is suddenly really awkward. How did I not hit him at all?
Enemy ultimate down.
Damn. This sucks. And I'm still not 20. I gotta finish my starter. I do not know how Onher died here. I'm not sure. He got bit by Fenrir, and then I saw that's what killed him. But was he that low before? Maybe he got hit by Yanasold or something? It's definitely awkward. Fenrir is so tanky, it's insane. To me, at least. But maybe not to our carries. Morgan is not really performing at the moment comparatively to the Yanas, which is probably the biggest difference I'm feeling at the moment. We need our mage to step up just a little bit, but he's keeping up in farm, so it shouldn't be that bad. We might also just need to peel for him a bit. I don't know how hard it is for him to do anything. But I imagine that a Mulan, Chak, and a Fenrir, not to mention a turn. Actually, I mean, the two carriers have globals as well, so. Not making it easy, I imagine.
I will run right.
Enemy spotted. Retreat right lane.
Your right tower. Wow. You must have knocked it on the beat.
You land, buddy. You have nowhere to go. What? No, Loki spawned. Kill him, Loki, please.
Okay.
Chase the enemy.
Structure is under attack.
These are truly unfortunate circumstances.
Okay, soft. Maybe a little soft behind sound.
My beats were down. I don't. And did we just die off of this? Like, what just happened? How did everyone else die when I got picked? I do think we would have a much bigger chance if we just grouped.
Defend the fire giant. Just what I need.
It seems like Honor might have already given up, so winning might be tough. You only lose when you give up. That's the problem. Honor seems to very much have given up. He's lost all hope. Which I get. He's dying a lot. It sucks. Happens to everyone, alright? It's not a reason to give up. This game is very winnable. I just need to not get picked up by Fenrir again. I do have my beats up this time, but maybe I won't have to waste it on that. I'll just grab this one.
Yet strong and stylish, if I may add.
Yeah, I don't know why Athena gave up there. I think he's been playing super well this game. Also, our two carries are so grouped right now. If they get Yana assaulted, I'm gonna get pissed. Look at that. Would you look at that? Holy mother of Jesus, he does damage. Damn. Well, I think I know what I'm getting. Well, not that it matters, I think. They can definitely just end the game. But, goddamn. Chernobog just completely destroyed me with crits, so Spectral was pretty much what I should have gotten. I realize now. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize your Moses did has a big impact on your performance. I think more people than not actually do realize it, they just can't control it. That's the problem. This definitely sucked. We definitely had kill opportunities in this one, and I'm sad in the early game that when I got Fenrir low, my jungler weren't able to pick him up. But when I got low, Chuck or whoever else came to my lane pretty much always got everything low. I don't know what I just said. Every time I died, I mean, it was often in the lane because of Fenrir just pulling me into tower. That obviously shouldn't have happened. So that one is definitely on me. It sucks. It's one of those classics with Herc as well. Losing the lane only because you get pulled into tower just sucks. Because when you're winning the lane completely, and then you do a little mistake, you get slightly too close. One time it was an outplay, I'll admit. When he ulted my ult, that was very surprising. But, oh well. I couldn't really have won my lane much harder in the early game. In terms of just control. But, well, they have a Chuck jungle against our Loki. It's not going to be good early game. But I don't blame Loki for much in this game either way. He played really well. If anything, there was a pretty big difference in mid. I never felt like Morgan really showed up, but still did decent damage. No words though. That's always a negative for me. Yeah, I said the Janusol was coming in, because I saw my Honor and my Morgan literally standing right next to each other, and they have two globals, or even a blink chuck, or whatever you want to name it. You don't ever group up with the other carry. If you're playing a carry, don't fucking stay with your mage or your ADC. Don't do that ever, because if you both get hit by something, we instantly lose that fight, because you guys both have to go back. People screaming outside. So yeah, it happens too often. I see it happen way too often, but at least I'll say I have fun with Arthur in this game. I want to give it a bigger shot. The main thing I need to figure out is what I want to build. Because I'm not sure how early I want to build Shield of the Phoenix. I think on Arthur this does make sense. Like, my only issue with this is MP5. If I could somehow get an item in earlier that give me a MP5, that'd be really nice. Because if I lose a blue buff, I'm just low-key fucked with this build. Yeah, maybe get the... Yeah, that's true. Maybe I could just buy a tier 1 for that. That's true. That is a good call. But I won't have to waste all my gold on it too. Like, in that game, I completely forgot, but honestly, I should have gotten a Stoner Gaia. It would have been nice for that game. Too many grabs. And pulled some knock-ups. Where is it? This one. Yeah, I definitely could throw that one in there. I mean, I guess in some cases you would probably run a breastplate as well. Because not only does it... maybe I should do this instead of Pridwin. But again, Pridwin is really nice on Arthur. I don't know. There's a lot of shit you can definitely build on Arthur right now. Frostbound, yeah, I'll do Frostbound Arthur. That would be a great idea. Runeforged wouldn't be bad. I mean, actually, no, it kind of would be bad, because it just isn't as good as everything else right now. Mainly looking at Shifters and Phoenix. Oh well. I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll meet an Arthur at some point and he's gonna have an insane build. I'm just gonna steal that. Maybe that's what I'll do. How's the history looking anyway? 2-2 today? Yeah, 2-2 today. And still sad. Both games were something I felt like we could have won. A little less in the Arthur game, but in the Hurt game we should have won. Like, no doubt about it. We just lost one team fight and they ended off with that. Yeah, no health hurts. Phoenix does have health, if you're talking about the like Shield of the Phoenix. At least that's what I'm talking about. It has 250 health. Breastplate, I definitely understand. I think Arthur is kind of weird for me. Because you can actually just build so much shit. You just gotta figure out what you want to combine. Also, I don't like being top. This sucks. Maybe I just do Arthur again, to be honest. I might just do Arthur again. I'm betting Alquang in case Hero is on the opposite team, but at this point, if I'm top, I really hope I'm not against the other guys. I feel like that would be slightly unfair without my current team. Who's banning Herc? Who's banning Herc? Stop banning Herc. Yeah, I kind of view Breastplate as just being a good defense if the best offense kind of thing, just because of the CDR and the protection, not to mention the MP5. It kind of just gives you everything you want in solo outside of health. You'll be able to get the what is it called, the health somewhere else, especially in a meta right now with Shifter Shield. It is very easy to get it somewhere else. I'll just do Arthur again. I don't know who else to pick this early, so I'll just do this. My only problem with Breastplate is I never really know when to pick it up these days, because on someone like Arthur, I legitimately think Pridwin is better. He does so well with Pridwin, and I can't use both Breastplate and Pridwin when I also need to run Phoenix Shield, because I will simply just be overcapping on CDR. Unless I'm misthinking. Does Phoenix actually have CDR on it? I'm gonna think about something else. I think it does. I think Pridwin is making, or Shifter's making Pridwin way better as well. No. Is this going to be an X-Shell solo, or is it going to be a Raijin solo? Because it could be either of them. Now this is probably going to be a Genji's game. Shifters into Genjis into probably Phoenix then? Because Phoenix does not have any magic protection. So, don't think I'm doing that. They definitely have a lot of damage in their comp. I'm thinking it's gonna be X-Shield solo. Am I... Remind me, guys. Am I root immune in my dash? Or is it... Maybe I'm only in one of them? I know I'm slow immune in one. Or am I slow immune in both? I don't even remember. I know I'm slow immune at least in the yellow stance, in the dash. Not root immune, okay. Your Paul is cheating, by the way. Oh, Paul is a hacker. Great. That's just great. So we run into the hacker queue again. Shift.
Bye.
Oh, is he taking the hit? Is X-Shell taking the hit for that? It's a good lad, if he is. But not Archer route. Is there a difference? I didn't know there was a difference between routes.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was different types of routes. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's a ramp up, it's just I thought it was gonna be more... I just thought the route would, you know... It would just route you once. I felt like mechanically there was no difference, I guess. Because even if you hit all the shots on an Arthur, I would imagine it would still root him if you hit all the shots, right? I'm not a developer. I don't know how shit works. Just coded differently. Yeah. Yeah, because what is this one? This one is... Yeah, he's knock up immune in this, and not root immune. I obviously can't see the other form at the moment. It is Raijin. Okay. Fantastic. Jungler inbound, perhaps? I don't know if the jungler is here. That's the only reason why I am looking over my back right now. Jungler is in mid.
Your middle tower is under Mamma mia, not again! To assistance! An enemy has been slain.
I have not been challenged like this in many
It's so weird that Raijin is a good solo now.
as all
I haven't played him in a long time. I might have to. Might have to give him a shot.
If you fight like a coward, you die coward.
Pretty astounding.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Yeah, once I finish shifters, this will be quite a bit easier for me, I think.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy ultimate down.
Once again, I need to just not waste my ult when I don't know if... unless they run in front of me. That's about it. Also, what the fuck is my jungler not just camping Raijin? What's happening? Alright.
Light
There we go.
yet strong.
I just need some protection. Mages can be pretty tough to deal with until you have some protection online. This early in the game, they won't have pen, so I'm dealing with an already tanky character with protection is not gonna be that easy. But again, I don't know Raijin very well. For all I know, this motherfucker has so much built-in pen that he's gonna one-shot me at level fucking 10. It's a learning experience, so...
An enemy has been slain.
And I'm here to learn.
I'll attack rightly.
Out of mana.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Out of mana.
On my way.
Enemy missing left. Enemy ultimate down.
Begin from left.
Attack rightly.
Why is fuck is Bacchus here, dude? What the fuck is happening?
Compliments to share.
And are they getting 2v1'd? No, there's a jungler over there. God damn it, dude. I don't believe this.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
As all things should be. Yeah, you goddamn Thanos meme. Thank you.
Spotted. Enemies have returned to base.
Be right back.
An ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down.
I will keep watch.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Didn't go well.
Hit him with that secret sauce.
These are truly unfortunate circumstances.
That worked out alright. Raijin taunting me away was so annoying though.
Be right back.
I don't like leveling my 2 first. I usually level my 3, but in this case when Raijin could just always interrupt my 3, I decided to level my 2 instead. Which is still good in the 1v1s, but for killing jungle camps and stuff, it is not. Not good. I am gonna go home. I'm thinking that this is a Thorns game.
My way.
Okay, salt. Maybe a little salt to be hurt.
Enemy missing left.
Enemies have acquired careful.
Do I suck? I giga suck, actually.
The warriors.
That's unfortunate. I just TP too. This sucks.
I will be prepared.
I misplayed that whole scenario pretty badly. So, that's on me. What taunts you? Reginald. Reginald can either damage you, taunt you, or fear you away. So, I actually meant that I was feared away. He can either taunt you to him, fear you away from him, or do damage. I had no idea taunts. Yeah, you choose. You have, like, what, 3 shots? I forgot if it's 3 or 4. But you shoot 3 or 4 times, and you can choose whatever you want those 3 or 4 shots to be. It's a pretty cool ult in terms of, like, choice making. There's not a lot of that in Smite. Oh my god, I do no damage to this thing. But the reason why Righteous ult is also a bit of an, you know, it's a bit of a mixed bag, because he also makes himself a pretty big target when he ults. Anyone who he's not really targeting, he's just sitting doing nothing. You can just go smack him.
If you fight like a coward, you die like a coward. You will curse this land no longer, one of these.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn. I missed everything in the beginning, and he is also healing a lot. So, why? Why is he healing so much? Like, just Soul Gem? There's no fucking way that heals so much. I also can't fight him, because I didn't level I should have just leveled my 3. It was a mistake to not level my 3.
I'll attack the Titan!
Shutting down. Falling back.
Rajin didn't die?
Your left tower is under attack.
May they be
bad.
cursed.
Nah, I didn't have my fucking 1 ready. Should have just ran in and ulted him, I guess. Alright, Blue Knight, thank you so much for the sub, man. You are too nice. Damn. Alright, well at least I can finish some of my stuff here. I'll be able to heal a bit more now. Probably wouldn't have died there if I had my item. I don't know why Nemesis went back out. To be honest. This also definitely is an Ansar game.
Enemy missing left.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Enemy missing left. He can. Cancel that.
Good job, team. Clapping is happening in mid. We can just interrupt each other so easily.
I will keep
This is definitely a bit of a boring matchup, if I have to say so myself. And he is just beyond tanky by having, I mean, I guess breastplate. I don't know, Arthur was so shit against mages.
Careful left.
On my way.
Oops.
enemy spotted.
Lost soul.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Blind, oh my good. I was just giga blind. I missed my ult. That was bad. Again, I'm missing my ult too much. Can happen. I need to do better than that. I guess I'll do Pred one next. Finish this up. Ouch. He waited with a shot. Sparkus has been a problem for me in pretty much all game. He has not been here. Or rather, Bacchus has been here. My Charon has not been here very much. Well, he is not using his actives correctly.
Better than one. Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Shut down. The fresh meat has been tenderized.
Spectre the Haggard, yeah, I survived. Or rather, I got back alive, so couldn't.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's only 5-5 so far. Mainly Nemesis.
Attack fire giant.
It's kind of just mainly Nemesis doing a lot of damage for us. I haven't really seen Merlin do anything. I have a hard time doing anything. Yeah, I've seen him a few times. He definitely defeats some games. I've been against him myself too, and I won in that game. So I'm pretty sure it's only wall hacking. I mean, he's not lobby crashing as far as I know.
An enemy has been slain.
And I don't know if it's like, at least when I was against him, it didn't seem like
Ally has been slain.
it was aimbotting, but I don't know. Not really much anything. Like, we'll just report him after the game, and that'd be that it. Like, I'm so done with focusing too much on the hackers, because there's just too many of them. I just kind of accept that they're in the game for now. Because the thing is, while he is obviously hacking, there are people without hacks much better than him. So, I don't see this as being... Oh, actually, no. No, I take that back. It is pretty bad that he obviously is hacking. I wasn't gonna say that it wasn't, but... I was gonna say that I'm not sure he is... He would just be worse without really having it. But I can't find the correct sentence to make it not sound bad at the moment, so I'm just not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna dig a grave for myself here, if I try to speak. I'm pretty sure I lost my blue. I heard a low-key. Nope, never mind. Also, I don't like that Fatalis is now just a must-buy on ADCs. I hate it. That damn item is,
You will die like a coward.
okay. I want Karen to tank this, not me. Like, I should be the one zoning, for the record. Yeah, I'll just hit up a report. Does Paul have a dash or whatever? Yeah, Paul has a dash, and he's got an ultimate. He's got an ultimate that makes him fly wherever he wants on the map. So that does help him. It has a pretty big charge up time, so when he uses it, he's very open to be killed. If Swag, thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. I hope you had a nice stream. Unfortunately, we just had a hacker in our game. We'll just hit him up with a real quick. Welcome, Raiders. I'll do one last game. It's pretty late here in the EU, so we have officially hit past midnight. So I have a general rule. I'll do one game past midnight, because it seems like every single time I play a game after midnight, either trolls or hackers will show up. So... But yeah, I hope you had a nice stream. It is really hot here in Denmark at the moment. I don't know if it's how hot it is where you are, but I'm sweating. It's just really humid because a lot of rain and the sun still being out. Plus 14 there. That sounds much better than here. I think it's 19 here, which isn't bad. Actually, it's 18 now, but it's not bad. It's 81% humidity. I would be dying without my #1 fan right next to me. Alright, hopefully there will be no more hacking in the next one. And if there is, there's a chance that I might dodge the game. I just do a casual to end off with. But after straight up meeting the Raijin here, I might have to try it out myself. Probably not today. But this goddamn Raijin build... Actually, what did he go for as a starter? I would imagine just Vamp. Where is he? Yeah, so Vamp. He actually went for the other one too. Okay. So yeah, you do Vamp. Pretty much the same build as I would do in someone like an X-Shell. Why can't I find Raijin? I'm blind. Twice in a row. Yeah, so you do Vamp. You go straight into a Soul Gem. I think this is why he went a bit different. He went for Breastplate. Which you definitely can. I would make the argument that there are better items, though. I think in this case, Shifters is probably still as good. And also gives you power on top of it. As long as you can stay healthy. Though that may be the problem if you're trying to play mages in solo.
Pick your god.
And I think humidity is worse than it just being hot. If it's just hot and dry, I feel like I can manage it a bit better. But right, I'm legitimately just like, if I do this on my arm, my finger is not wet, I guess, but like it's kind of wet. It's humid. It's just humid. I don't like either of them though. Like they both suck. It's choosing between two evils. Yeah, I'll finish it out with the next gem. You got a raid? Yeah, we got the F-Swag rating. Very nice of him. What day is it even? I completely lost track of time. It's Thursday, okay. Wednesday. I mean, you're kind of right, actually. It's just Thursdays. Yeah, it's Thursday morning. So when I wake up again, it's still going to be Thursday. So with that logic, it is actually still Wednesday today. The day doesn't change until you've slept and woken up again. I agree with you. It is Wednesday. How is it Wednesday? Shit. Also, for the people that have obviously been regulars in my chat for a while now, it is now official as official as it can be. The renovation was delayed, as I suspected, because the fucking I guess workers haven't been here for 3 workdays. Well, now it's more, but after not being there for 3 workdays, they I assumed it was delayed because something obviously something happened. I imagined, and something did happen. There are some issues in some of the other apartments, so they're saying at the latest next Tuesday it should be back. So then I will have water back. It means I can do hopefully a bit more stable streams. We have a dodge that sucks. So hopefully a bit more stable streams, and as I've already mentioned, I will do some kind of workout stream, in that every time I die equals, 5 squats or whatever it may be, something like that. But obviously I don't want to do that at the moment, because I don't have a shower in my apartment. So it just doesn't really work out. It's gonna be very nasty if I do it at the moment. Yeah, I don't have... Brother, I haven't had water for 6 weeks. It is not new. It is not a new thing. My apartment has been getting... It's been getting renovation for 6 weeks now. And they're swapping out some kind of pillar at the very bottom of all the apartments. And then they're also swapping out all the water pipes. Which is why I haven't had any water. Water is overrated. Yeah. True. It's true. Take a bath on the beach? That sounds like a bad idea. I don't think bathing in salt water is, like... You don't really get that clean from it, do you? Not without some soap. Yeah, can here get some disease with the water pollution? Yeah, I think I probably could do it here, but I don't think people would like me showering on the beach. People would just look at you weird. Like, it's not horrible. My current situation is, to get water, there is water outside the apartments. They have put up some quick, like, water hoses, probably connected to the normal water source where I would normally get my water. So I still can get water. I just have to bring out bottles and fill them up and put them in the fridge. That's pretty much it. So I have like 2 big bottles full of water that I fill up pretty much every night. Because I have a dog as well. He needs water. I need water. All that stuff. The most annoying part about all this is just washing your vegetables or like cleaning a quick plate or whatever the fuck that may be. Because you can't really do that without hot water. It's really, really annoying. Like, there's a lot of things I can't cook because of it. I can't just boil eggs. Like, I can't even boil eggs. I hate it. So, it's the small annoyances with it that's the worst. Because there are like 6 containers down in front of my apartments as well that, everyone at the moment in this apartment block uses to shower and to, I guess, go to the bathroom. So, it is not the worst. I am still able to do normal stuff. It's just that it takes a lot longer because I have to go all the way out and, bring a bag with everything in it and all that shit. It's just annoying.
Your God.
And I am well tired of it. I am incredibly tired of it. The first few weeks I was like, this is whatever. I don't care about this. Now I'm so fucking tired of it. It is actually, like, exhausting me just thinking about how much longer things take just because of it. It bothers me. Yeah, I mean, this is a delay, so they're almost done just based on it visually. Like, all the water pipes are pretty much in place. A few other holes that they have been making needs to be, like, refilled, I guess. And that's pretty much it. Like, then all they would need seems like, just to connect the water, I guess, or, like, open the water again. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not really changing my strategy here. Actually, yes, I am, because it's banned. Oh, I'll play some Natio. to if you start to take baths without soap, your natural smell starts to be more neutral. You're right. I just don't like what it does to hair. For the longest time, it's just gonna be. I mean, actually, never mind that. Like, hair is gonna be very nasty and like, I don't know, what's it called, like slimy? It's the wrong word, but it's not like I have a whole lot of hair in my head anyway, but I mean, I have a pretty big beard. If I don't wash this shit, it's not gonna go very well. But the reason why I need shower is because I have psoriasis. So I have to shower. Greasy, yes, that's the word. Greasy. I have psoriasis. So I have skin that I need to take care of, especially where I have hair. Like, right down here, where everyone obviously don't really see it, my skin is very irritated. Especially when my beard is very untrimmed, as it has been for a few weeks now, because I can't shave very well without having a shower right by me. And not, I would need to vacuum as well. So. I'm against Morgan, I guess. Okay. Now we got Cerestus, who's very annoying. It is, yeah. Mine is pretty mild, I would say, compared to what I've seen some other friends run around with. But it's still there. And it's very, very, very annoying. You cannot... I can't go more than an absolute max of 3 days without a shower. Otherwise, it's just... It practically becomes... impossible. Like, it becomes torture with how much, like, scratching and itchiness it becomes. It's absolutely insane. Like, even right now, like, I have to shower tomorrow morning. I shower every other day. That's kind of my schedule here. So I shower every other day, and by the end, I'm starting to feel it. And right now, I'm feeling my irritated skin. But partly because normally all of this shit down here would be shaved, but it isn't because of the renovation. So I'm just kind of letting it sing, so to speak. Also, what the fuck? They're full magical. Like, going shifters would kind of be stupid now, because they're full magical. Shifters' protection would kind of be nullified, or half of it.
It's about to get chilly up here in the far north.
I mean, yeah? Right? We can't tank any towers this game.
Defend myself.
This does mean I can't go mystical mail.
That is sad.
Didn't see where I'd get genetics too. It's been a while since I've seen genetics. I don't know, has he been in like any big teams since I've been gone, I guess? He probably was. I feel like I heard something about that.
Yes! Woohoo!
I don't actually know how good Archeo is in this patch. It still just kind of feels like everything is good. We're still in the everything is good meta. Also, it is Scylla solo, which will make my lane much easier than if it was a Morgan. I'll tell you that.
Ready.
Scylla will not be doing too well against Archeo comparatively to a Morgan who can disrupt me everywhere I go.
Now that's refreshing.
An enemy has been slain.
Not to mention she's got a dash that I can stop her from having fun with.
Sounds to me like you're scared.
I am scared.
Okay. Cancel that. Cancel that. I'm attacking this.
Ready.
Bending at its finest.
Ready. Not during the harsh
Not to be happy.
Well, I suck.
This will surely help me defend myself. Sorry about that.
We don't need to talk about that.
Now that's refreshing.
Yeah, I wish I had hair that I could let grow. But I'm one of the very unfortunate folk who got a fucked up hairline from 17 years old.
Ready. Stay a while.
So, it happens to some people. But at least I
Ready.
also wasn't screwed up with a bad beard. Which also happens to some people. Sometimes you just lose both.
Rain freeze. Ready.
I really want it back, but I can't finish my stuff just yet.
Bending at its finest.
Ready.
Well, kind of expected that. I got greedy for gold. And without actually, yeah, probably needed to save my my 3 for her ult. But now I think my lane will be slightly easier. Now that Genji's is finally done. I can spam a bit more, and even as a result, because of the comp they have, I probably can build a bit more damage too. I don't think I'll be full tank. Like, I don't need 6 magical protection items. That's a bit overkill.
Ready. Now that's refreshing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Now that is refreshing. Rain freeze. Stay a while.
Bending at its finest.
Ready. Now that is refreshing.
Yep's here? Okay. Okay. Fine.
This is
Alright.
incredibly powerful.
Fine. I'm going damage. Screw this. At least next. Not full damage.
This will help us see through the blizzard.
Enemies in the right jungle. Ward here.
People screaming outside.
Enemy missing mid. Careful there.
No, that. Don't mess with a northern girl.
Sir Beats as well.
Enemy spotted.
Like sometimes, I live in an area where sometimes people are a bit weird. So it makes me curious when they start screaming outside, because I kind of want to watch.
No, that is refreshing.
I want to see what's happening.
No, that is refreshing.
Enemy spotted.
Ready.
An enemy has been slain.
Be careful.
Stay a while.
That's a lot of party and joke.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, let's break some rules.
Ready.
Okay. Alquang still fucking hurts. I'm canceling my plans.
This will surely help me defend myself.
I'm gonna go for a pestilence.
Wow, compliments to the chef. You think you're gonna just blast away like that?
He got Scylla though. That's nice. I can catch up a bit then.
Your right tower is under
People are still screaming outside. I want to know. So, yeah, the dog doesn't like it. No
This
barking.
will help us see through the blizzard.
So, stop.
Ready.
It's so distracting when the dog also starts barking about it.
Ready. No, that is refreshing. No, that is refreshing. No, that is refreshing. Ready. Don't mess with a northern girl.
Don't come back again.
Ready.
Not again.
No, that is refreshing.
On my will.
Yes.
Set
We got the tower.
This will surely help me defend myself.
I'm gonna upgrade my TP here. I'm gonna go Aegis. They have damage. And I don't want to take all that damage.
Enemy missing left.
This will help us see through the blizzard.
Group on my way.
On my way.
Mwah!
Ready.
Sounds to me like a scare.
Ready.
It's not even.
Now that's still Ready.
Blast away like that?
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Enemy spotted. Attack!
Cancel that.
Oh, bananas, man.
That is sad.
Okay, so maybe I need
Ready.
I just want to kill people. Why can't we just kill people?
Attack fire giant. On my way. Help!
Help!
go bananas, man. The enemy team has destroyed the group.
We're gonna have a serious problem tanking objectives without any physical defense.
Ready.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ready. Ready.
She has speed buff?
Rain freeze. Ready.
Where's the Geb uses his fucking thing when I go to him? Also, why the fuck are we focusing Geb? This was a good trade, like don't get me wrong, but I feel like this could have been way better if we weren't focusing Geb. But whatever. At least my Aegis came in, as I hoped it would. Ansile, I need you. Or Ankile, or how the fuck you even say it? No, I don't want to pause just to go check it out. That'd be selfish. I'm not selfish. I can't do that.
On my way.
Rain see through the blizzard.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Be careful, Niddle. Careful,
Enemy
left.
ultimate down.
Careful, left. Careful, Niddle.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ready.
Right tower has been destroyed.
Compliments to the chef.
Brain
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I still hear them in the distance. They're still around somewhere.
This will surely help me defend myself.
ready.
Return to tactical fury.
Ready.
I don't want to back until I'm 20. I need to finish my starter.
Ward here.
Attack! You owe me.
Enemy spotted.
Greeting. Attack!
Ready.
But I can't tank this shit. I mean, I can, but...
An enemy has been slain. Okay, so maybe a little something and some.
Ready.
No, that didn't go well.
Ready. Ready.
That was close.
Damn, Uller suddenly got so aggressive.
Surely help me defend myself.
Damn, I'm still at 20, dude. How am I not 20 yet? If we get gold, I'll hit 20. We're fine.
Ready.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack middle tower.
Ready.
Okay.
This will surely help me defend myself.
On my way. For size.
Fire giant!
Ready.
I can't tank the Phoenix at all, dude. It does so much damage. Don't have any physical defense.
Ready. Now that is refreshing.
Alright.
This will help us see through the blizzard. Ready. This will surely help me defend myself.
Yeah, this is definitely weird. Like, I have to go against a lot of my normal instincts by... You know, I can't tank structures very well, because I just don't have anything.
Been slain.
I just don't have any goddamn physical protection to tank anything.
Ready. Rain free.
Fucking hell.
Celebrate. Where's the vino?
Goodbye.
Alright. Decent game to end on. I screwed up in the early game. I was way too greedy for the kills on Scylla. The one under the tower was just stupid. I essentially just killed myself. The second kill was kind of this dumbest one. I was greedy for the wave and I died to her ult because I no longer had any way of getting out of it. So that was just stupid. The third one, Gip showed up. I don't blame myself for that. Alright. Damn. Ruler randomly aggressive. Also, three of them didn't buy a single ward. That's surprising. Weird random aggressiveness on... I mean, this guy has to be a smurf, right? Weird... Random... harassment in lobby. Alright. A small one, but unnecessary nonetheless. Also, I don't know what he expects. Should I be killing everyone as Artio? So was one guy, yeah. It is what it is. But that is where I will be ending my games today. I think it ended up pretty well overall. Yeah, it's two losses, 4 wins today. And I'm still sad we lost this game. We should not have lost this game. Oh well. Thank you guys for watching as always. I really appreciate it. I will find someone to raid real quick. If you guys know anyone, feel free to suggest. Genetics is playing. I could just give everyone over to Genetics. Hero X is also playing. What happened outside? I don't know. I didn't check. I just heard screaming. I mean, people get mad at each other sometimes. So that was just some guy. Maybe he was drunk. Who knows? Snoopy. I raided Snoopy yesterday, so I will not do that. Let me give him over to Genetics. He doesn't seem to be playing often, so I'll just give him over to Genetics. So yeah, I'll just do that. He's an old friend anyway. It makes sense. Thank you guys, and bye bye.